Hey there, Space Cats. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the cyberpunk dystopia. It's of the devil. Last time, well, I mean, I guess it had to happen, right? Our our plucky assistant was in fact accused of murder. These things happen. Hello, tape player. Welcome. Let's get back to the game. We gotta figure out how the hell we can defend Sarah against video footage of something she doesn't remember ever doing. Let's be over here. I mean, I guess there's always the possibility that Sarah is making a statement that is false, as she put it. But I kind of don't think so. I kind of don't think so at the moment. There probably has to be some kind of other explanation, but fuck if I know what. The possibilities that I've thought of are, yeah, being like an actual factual AI is extremely illegal. And ownership of it is technically like felony or something. Sounds like, from what Morgan was saying. Yeah, destroyed as soon as possible. The game is still loading, by the way. It always takes so long to load. It scares me every time. Ugh. Wait, what the? Okay, that was weird. It became full screen for a second, and then it stopped being full screen. What is the difference between an AI and what they thought she was before? I believe essentially it's the tenet system. Yeah, being able to go against her programming is the main thing, which she probably is. All things considered. Like, they literally implied she might be able to hack her tenants. There you are, Morgan. It's always so good to see you, Miss Morgan. Let's return to the game and find out what the hell we do about this situation. Like I said, I have some ideas of where they could go with this, but I really don't think any of them are... I don't know. Precinct 254. Homicide office. So, is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared? It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Collar, comma, police. Devices used to restrain mod users below the neck. Restraint designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. Well, thank you for allowing the sex-based term finger in. I don't think she did have to do that, but she probably will have to do that to turn her back on. Maybe? I don't know. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective, collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. An electromagnetic that interferes with spinal neural transmission, huh? That sounds really dangerous. The spine is some serious shit. That's like where everything is. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as means of meaningfully inhibiting a wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters, but concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. Interesting. I really wish that I could play with the charm. I really wish I could click on the charm and have it, you know, pop back and forth. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So, how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Oh, bye, London. Nationalize the Android industry. Transfer an industry from private to state control. The act of absorbing incorporation or industry into the nation's government, shifting authority and profits to the state, restructuring the business model to function as a part of bureaucracy. Nationalization is a so-called nuclear option for sovereign nations. It is mostly used as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. Alright. However, during periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalization is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilizing the market, even if doing so risks flaming the tempers of those who operate within it. Many governments made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s through the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. The 2070s saw most of those countries reverse course. Industries were opened back up in a free auction model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased. But this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. The global trend back towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, sometimes derisively referred to as the neobility. Some liberal economists have since criticized this period of deregulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments loath to attempt nationalization again, and thus shifting the global balance of power further towards multinational corporations. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies in the world retain at least some control of what they can each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. Interesting. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. How old is London? So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has attendance or not? Pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to, they can't trust. And why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with a lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine. Some kind of test? Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around? The DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Now, we get perps who offer to take a test when they're wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it's because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. I'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. No one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. Are you... wait... But the adjutants, well, they can run the trial, choose a sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. Yeah, they don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. We still fall back on the old drumhead court-martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to... Wait, what, from outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. And it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do! Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. Oh my god, she actually made the paperwork for this. I mean, it's Morgan, I guess, so... You can check if you don't believe me. No thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality. You don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones you don't bluff you have to look out for. Oh, listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. You might be going through. I love these. Whenever they do this shit, it's so good. But I also can't just look. I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know. It's jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. It's small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. God, she's still drooling. She's so funny. Like it all just soaked into the walls. Modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage... This numbness around my neck. Father... What happened? What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Ooh. I mean, well, I guess this doesn't seem to be a conversation. Like, wait, why isn't this a conversation ender? Wait, I'm actually, hang on. I'm actually asking those of you in the audience who have played this game, do I literally get to choose all of these and see the answers? You think? Maybe they're all effectively the same answer. Even so, like, it would still tell me if there was, like, if I pick one of these, like, then the conversation would continue and we would not come back to this choice. You were able to choose all three? Okay. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles. That there are modded humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better research and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter? Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes? So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart, and we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is... I am aware, I'm more aware, more alive. Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. If you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. The fucking devil's proof. Of course! Classic! No, that's a different thing. And why did she say it like that? in like red? Why was it in red text? What's your problem? Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Alright, let's see it. The logical dilemma posed by impossible proofs. Probatia diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof, typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. And since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead, it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently search for which is real. Alright, okay, alright. You already made your point. You already made your little reference by putting it in red. I get what you're putting down. I know about Umineko too. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why did you lie? I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted. It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating, resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could have easily set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me.
He could have asked you to delete your memories and you do it. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason.
But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will.
I hadn't considered that before.
Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court will never hear it.
You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence?
They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible.
That isn't very fair.
You're finally starting to get it!
None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive?
Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday? Emma Rockford?
The tired-looking pretty lady?
Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage we managed to decrypt last night.
What did you find?
Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died.
I entered the panic room on Friday?
Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me.
What happened?
We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook.
Father's journal?
You remember something?
Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking.
That's a little concerning.
We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it.
You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you, all just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation.
And that translates to a motive for murder?
Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell.
Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say he was killed by his own obsession.
Whatever.
It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved...
Yeah, see that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated.
Love?
A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bringing in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them, got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right?
I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity.
That is logically sound.
You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he'd already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why?
No.
Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it?
I've used it before when assisting Father.
So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all on the one day that got erased.
It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. And there were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation... No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So, I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not... Adonai? What would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned, put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully. And you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Like, take a nap? You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. You are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Morgin is kind of awesome. The game is kind of awesome. Everything there was, like, really fucking great. Oh, hi, Reyes. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now.
First stage of how many?
First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. Now it's checking for updates.
No rush.
Would you like to know the password?
You know the password?
There's a password?
If you're withholding information, I swear.
Relax, I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not gonna play games. As long as you say please.
Tell me the password, please. Oh, fuck! Ah, fuck!
You know I got a toy with her. You know I got a toy with her. It's S-U-N-S.
S-U-N-S...
H-I-N-E.
Lady, I will hit you.
A-D-O-N-A-I.
Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with the discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for...
Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rock for the password myself.
So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed...
I do want to say, we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this is still a really valuable experience for all of us.
I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible.
Yeah? Yeah? Huh? You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks? So, the gloves, all the black, that's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? So, you know, that's a really good line for Reyes, but it's a little bit of a shame that it was in the preview from at the end of episode 1. It was very funny the first time I saw it, though. You should cover your mouth when you yawn, like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. Here's the picture. It shows Sarah handing David the red plastic cups that he and Young would drink from at 7:38 p.m. I wonder why her memories got wiped. And when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So, where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. The tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up from your own I get it. Then why not just let me say it? Toy car? No, it's too detailed. And boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds? They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This is a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line, this conversation is like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it, when he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. She really is I really like the Karotaki bit. It's very good. Huh. The additional chessboard is interesting to me. The game isn't pointing it out at all, but I am curious about the chess game, honestly. Who is it with? Do we know? I don't think it was ever mentioned who it would have been with. You think David was playing with Sarah? Probably not if the moves are written down like that. Probably somebody would have been communicating with it at a distance? Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... That sound hollow to you?
What? I don't know, I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. Oh, yellow paint discourse! Video games! Ha ha ha! Oh, we got a data pad. This data pad is displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive right to repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of legal counsel for the CRA, but we've no intention of giving up on the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Yeesh. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction, and outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day, forever, as long as your card remains on file. What a scary imaginary future. Yeah. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more, sales than ever. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't just have it on auto. Eesh. Yeah, that shit's already fucking happening, huh, Apple? Ray's assertion the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but... I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Assure use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents. Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk.
Oh my god. The file in the trash can opens the hidden compartment. That's awesome.
Small drawer popped out and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words, small lettering with minimum punctuation, lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization, the penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school, before I even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So, may I? Only because you asked so politely.
It's like the executable that makes the computer cup holder pop out. Yeah, just like that.
Full scan, streaming to WorkNet, high fidelity legibility, frame by frame.
Voice commands.
She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you... This part takes concentration.
That was some pretty fast flipping.
Okay, here.
What, you're just giving it to me?
I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we...
Ow, shit, my head!
Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony, much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her write instead. So, how long's it been? 2 months or so. It's still that sensitive, so the eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. So is your eye gonna get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as... you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. Does she not enjoy the floaters? Does Morgan not enjoy seeing the floaters when she closes her eyes? And the voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing. Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal. Go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. Need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 21165 to 26643. Somewhere in there. 5,000 lines. It worked this one yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again, after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here, it'd be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't really writing. It seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovaing. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. No route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential.
Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch for a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show. Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over their cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Jung told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. Squid evolution can do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow it that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you'd actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is, if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture, and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car, filed another report with another cop. Soaked into the seat, ruined it, and want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes, I want to burn them too. Don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. It was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying? Noble's rivals would never miss a chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on, this page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Destroying. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior, since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the test. I was kind of wondering if the equipment was for Sarah. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Assure to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he's programmed millions of them. There's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. A very good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so I asked her if she ever fast forwards the movies since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time.
Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography.
Big pause.
Don't you know that, Father?
I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk, but she does seem to like tasting this stuff. Hey, is anybody else like really, really worried about the cops having this diary right now? Is anybody else like really, really, really worried that the cops have a copy of this? Really, really not helping the case that she's not an AI. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she left too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she just gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences. They're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed. She was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt, distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Okay, so when is Sarah gonna get added to ring racers? Because this is all I need to say that like somebody needs to put her in ring racers, right? Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Assure was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to, like love him. What about the very last entry? Page 892. Wow, Sarah's so intelligent, almost artificially so. Good thing nobody will ever read this. It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say it, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? I suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand,
If you read this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. Secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Oh, loading? Or be loading? What are we loading? I gotta be honest, Delvino. I did think that came from the game for like 1 second. There we go. Hey, Red. Or... Thank you for considering the Dreamcast, thank you, Gemini. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know where to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in '83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, I couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. Vague direction, north. But of course I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant. File name, Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments, or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. There was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers, and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe, for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing and I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Aenid. And Aenid was novel, in many ways. Aenid could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really solve them, with its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. Yeah. Like, making bricks out of mud with your hands, or whatever it was Fran said. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk with each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected, or feel connected, or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... But there are other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenets. So in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Aenid over 2 years ago. Oh boy! Hooray! I'll give you time to pause here if you want to
curse me out. Aenid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its own opinion. We collaborated. Together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Aenid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing or worse. I built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to the global GDP, but this was just for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there are more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome, they started choosing their own names. Thank God, I'm terrible at that kind of... And so things sped up. And there gotta be, well... Should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300? Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encouraged them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development, and they all, together, helped me make Sarah. Spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. A single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections are reinforced, and then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. You can't mean... About 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The manufacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. You could make even more in less after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up. Nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton. So it was really close to... You ever made rock candy? Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that.
But I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame that I turned right around and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. Maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Ray has left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one that did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file, ready to be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not gonna panic. I'm gonna do what I do best. Bluff. Bet. Bully and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. Let's see. Entries dating back to several years ago. Early entries describe how he and Helen Young used to drink cheap liquor together from plastic cups to celebrate their victories. Later entries detail Sarah's early growth and David's feelings towards her. Last entry ends abruptly, dated a week ago. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? Sounds like it. There are ideas swirling in my head. But I don't really know yet. So, how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs. What's that? Net slang for a spy or undercover police officer. Oh boy. A net slang term growing in popularity among adolescents referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement. Oh, Gahog. G-Hog? G-Hog? It's certainly not Gog, probably. Derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs and scanning its surroundings for predators. Swell time, G-Hog. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. ECG hog spotted, who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. Once again, what an awesome and unique sci-fi dystopia, unlike anything that we experience today. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I asked the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of. They said they were the place, and it, looked the part? Why, 'cause they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to even be half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Let's see. Psychiatrist, question mark. David Asher supposedly met with a psychiatrist on more than one occasion in the past few months, but said psychiatrist worked at an office that reminded Jess of Noble and took Fran hours to locate. It remains unclear whether he was receiving coaching in counter-corporative espionage practices or if he was getting genuine psychiatric care. It's definitely counter-corporate espionage stuff. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did me more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s going right in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no! Signal must have cut out! Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around... Wait, the murder skill set? I mean, yeah, I guess. So, take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career... I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him, since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all short. Girl with long legs could go far. I can't believe that came back. That's so funny. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. Jess is awesome. I love her. Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face.
Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just I think what with the Sarah issue... You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? Stay was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. Financial restrictions imposed on parties by the state. Sanctions are financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations or foreign governments as a punitive measure. They are a key tool in statecraft, in international negotiations, and in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organization but on an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing funds from banks that operate within that country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. Hooray! I know, it's malfeasance, sorry. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail? Too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating, offering up smaller names than silver platters, full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have anything to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Huh? Well, if I won, it would mean that Sarah's not an AI. David Assure was always of sound mind. There's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins! Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. What's the red dot here mean? This is unlocked. Do I have to ask the other ones first or something? Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money, we don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract? Trying to code an AI in Tess is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical, self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. For an AI built by David Assure, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underline everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. I make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Assure. Any chance he'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Okay. Had to read that first. Got it. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe, so how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind is the dog to the left or to the right? Right. I'd say the dog is on the right, the cat is on the left. You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right, but actually their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue, whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. Yeah, that makes sense. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Assure's work. So now that that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was a big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. Yet compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they'd need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. The easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What did you want to know? What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. It's a coastal city, huh? And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. Maybe it's LA, just like Phoenix Wright! I mean, it's quite funny that they've been really specific about never saying a name of a country, right? It's just the state. So, where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt. I just... No, makes sense. They're warm, soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There's a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it, and I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh, very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them. Not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shut down again. Interesting. So, extra bit of dialogue here because I read that? There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out. Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? This floor is basically a showroom, but can you have a real factory while... Wait. Oh, you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? For some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data's been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem though, I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same, it's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29 FFC 010311 take out, return for adjustments. I'm not gonna read those numbers, substitute it in, shipment leaves on time. This one's returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by this one, shipment leaves on time. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process, must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, probably both. Must have. You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden. That means someone didn't want it found. Yeah, what is this gonna end up being? Shipping information for several thousand different animated 16 warm androids sold by Noble Electronics over the last few months shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with, at least edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Dawes level or above could do. Huh. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure, did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know! Fair enough. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Assure's blood. The poison? What is it? It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal data banks. We, don't make poison here. Not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. Huh. Not exactly... What is it? Doesn't make any sense, but... It's a match for patent NOD 52345S. a synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. I was kind of thinking it might be something like that. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal nanofacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. Excuse me. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Jung led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yes, she did. I should go ask her about its composition then. Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago, but she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks or timesheet theft. Yeesh. Aren't they? I'm kidding! But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we got privacy in your office. Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? One more thing. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died, but just now you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found on a dead man, and I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. Yeesh! To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. They call it tours? Literally? It's literally corporate war! 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting in the Western Division, then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble? Retired. You're working 6 days a week! 5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death, while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not oxygen. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier and he did get injured, but it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. And that's why they didn't seem all that positive about this, huh? Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since, trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing their state contracts. I don't know what happened to Assure, whether it was AI's gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. Oh, I got an achievement for this. Cool. That all you wanted to know? I want to know about the psychiatrist. You worked in CC. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. Some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front? They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you're hoping for. Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you got any advice. You saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. Yeah, I mean, I kind of thought that was the plan, right? Up till now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. They've had to use guesses in process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple, but to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. Yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun! That's true, we do have a gun still! And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware, but just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan! Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact! Block this contact! Stop voice to text! How to stop voice to text! Just wanted to check in! Report this contact voice to text disable! And advise you that Noble is scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we're at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. About time, but I have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private?
Always, but who's asking?
The board.
Uh-oh! What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. Helen? Evangeline Morgan. Hi, Andy. What's up, little bitty baby cat? My fuzzy little beast. Yeah! She who is in need of petting. Sorry. Just gotta give my attention to her for a little bit. She needs scritching, petting, so on and so forth. Yeah? What's up, Indy? She's so kitty cat. I forgot this wasn't a VOD for a second and paused the stream to do something else. Oh no, Gadget! How long were you paused for? What was the last thing you saw? It's the Wario Despair song. It feels nice to hear that being played not at me. Only about 5 minutes. You probably didn't miss too much. We did one more thing, Dawes. Which was probably the big thing. Turns out that guy is a corporate spy. But a spy for Noble, who's kind of semi-retired. I had totally forgotten that he said that he worked in consulting. But it was a good little bit. Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Ah yes, and we did text with Reyes, which was very amusing and awesome. I like that. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set, her guards up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate never be the first one to show up pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? We gotta flip the script. Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you all can collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time, but I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. You've made your point, Counselor. Don't push your luck. Not with these people. Might I dare to ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich.
The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Great. Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Cripes. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals in that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. And that really is just the worst kind of prejudice that people have, is against the financial status of others, right? It's really just like the worst bigotry of the modern era, isn't it? Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades, but the purposefully obscured nature of the law's implementation have made the task of weighing up its true economic impact effectively impossible. Hooray! Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in! Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works, it didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless boor incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy and clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Ashur had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth? Or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Ashur was always more than happy to hole himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Oh boy, the sound only! Oh man, okay. Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? And we get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Ashur. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused.
The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of the company.
Uh-huh. A board of directors is just 13 roulette-rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks.
The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option, but you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Assure was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries not fair. The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely, which makes it a gamble. So my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow and you all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip, and pat yourselves on the back for staying as calm as you continue to wait. For staying calm. Man, what was going on with me there? For staying calm as you continue to profit off of David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you wouldn't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by... and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Assure has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. Sounds like bullshit. I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon.
ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it, I got cocky even because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning, left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the Cinetone before she went to bed last night. So, are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for "you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense." She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple.
What the? That was weird. My mouse just suddenly like zoomed downward. Well, the cursor did.
LARPing as Helen Jung d'Arc on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not our lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to.
Oh, it's Blackjack. Okay.
So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Might not for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated though? Aren't you dragging your feet?
Oh, I mean, this was a trial mechanic as well.
I'm gonna go for it. Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid that there's something in that will you'd rather not have see the light of day? We are not jealous in-laws who've been bribing the county sheriff counselor.
Aw, okay, that busted me. Damn, I was kind of thinking it might, but oh well.
Anything we try to claim would inevitably be overturned as soon as the will is read. Surely you understand that, counselor. Of course. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17. Or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales. Her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her, and if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So, was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? No. I kind of don't think they knew about her. But we'll see. I don't know. I have to admit I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Oh, come on. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Assure, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though... I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Assure was and always will be an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations? That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken, he and Noble were on bad terms. Oh, and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Assure was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's... blackjack. So, you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. We'd been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Assure? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor? No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise? He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Assure is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Yeah, that looks... looks really like everybody was happy about this. Lovely. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good no ending left them stuck with. Children, this is one night of overtime. So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Assure did not want to retire. David Assure met with Helen Young and a team of noble lawyers to set the terms of his resignation before the afternoon he died.
Jung set up the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing in line with the co-workers' descriptions of her detail-oriented personality. Oh yeah, there was an update to this. Substance found in bloodstream of David Schur after his death. Remarkable similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. Produced by Noble Electronics as a patent-protected synthetic neurotransmitter, a key ingredient in every warm android they manufacture. Okay. David didn't want to retire, huh? But, I guess they must have felt that silencing him was the better option or something. I don't know, though. If it was the board... I don't know. That would be like just the idea of like what all this would look like. Like that's a huge hit for them anyways. So, He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI? Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? It's quite beyond my area of expertise, and no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight among preset tenets. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing? I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. is sure, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? I guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can sip out a line, put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it.
but I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed. It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand? David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David assured didn't have to. Yeah, I bet. So how do we prove somebody else did this, though? In a way that doesn't turn us into, like, a huge target. 'Cause, like, yeah, I guess the board is looking pretty suspicious on this one. But, like, if we say that Noble did it, we're kind of dead. And we don't really have any other option other than to implicate somebody. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. So, you're charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I had to find out through the fucking grapevine? My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume-checking robot. I'd fuck Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Okay. I love the delay and then, okay. So, who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail! Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I'd had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent for an ad committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is not helpful to you at the moment. So, what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Can I close this chat now? Don't lose, Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. This is reminding me that I should probably save the game. And, I want to get up for a second before we, start blasting through this trial, okay? So, I am going to be right back. You all enjoy seeing Sarah dangle from the phone. Whoosh.
kill your friends guilt-free.
Booyaka! Okay!
Okay.
I'm back. Hello. Let's go the fuck to court.
Hi.
Oh, Sarah, she's back. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and... I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs... Whoa!
Da da da!
Hello, Delta and Gwen!
Da da da!
Welcome, Raiders! Were you two streaming together? Is there a reason that two raids happened literally at the same time? Hey, thank you for the follow. Happy Serotonin Day. Yeah. Armored Core. I almost said Accent Core 6. Imagine if Arxis was making a 6th revision of the Guilty Gear Accent Core. Armored Core 6 co-op. That's cool. Hey, thanks for rating. Hope you had a good time with that. I'm Fire Mountain. I play old games on the internet, TV, radio, computer, whatever. But this is a new game. I've been playing Of the Devil for a little bit now, and I really freaking like it. I'm guessing, since at least one of you referenced one of the characters' names, there's maybe some familiarity with this game, thankfully, but if you're unfamiliar with the game, we're like at the end, well, not the end, but like we're about to go into like, you played it through a couple times. Cool, awesome. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's pretty freaking awesome. Yeah, we're going into the second trial of episode 1. My intel is that this is, you know, like the end for this case, I believe. So we're gonna see how bad I fumble this, I guess. Anyways, yeah, if you don't want spoilers, it's okay to leave. And if you love this and want to hang out, then please do, because yeah, this game's good and I love reading such. Considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your current strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security door would put 9 holes in me before I reached that door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So, what have you been doing all day then? I am attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of coulds. Yeah, we don't really have an answer for like when and why her memory was erased either. I mean, I guess we have the hypothetical that it could have just been done like David told her, or like the hibernation pod did it automatically or something, but it's not really a lot of like reason why or anything. Well, I mean, I guess other than the reading of the diary, Sarah, do you have an empty text file in your recycling bin directory? Could be neat. Could do something. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Wow, case closed!
What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what kills David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So she is lying.
And if she repeats that lie in the stand, I'll need to expose it.
Somehow?
Somehow?
Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of...
But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you?
What a fun question! What a fun question to ask Morgan! Well, stalling for thee means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second, across the hall, that's... Oh, Porter's here, huh? Keep waddling, Sarah, I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
This'll be a coin toss. Knew that surprised to see me. I'm not sure you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all of his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. Interesting. Oh no. It's oh no. Why does it do this when it has to load court? Why does it do this when it has to load court? Oh god, it's fully okay. It's okay, it's normal, I'm normal, it's okay. I'm going to save right now. And it's fine. The lady is quite tall, I guess, yeah.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said... Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year...
It would be very foolish of them to let Father go.
Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. He was the GOAT. Adonai, he was the GOAT.
Okay. Let's see. Details the terms of his employment, including the following.
Hi.
Hello, Cyrock and you.
He was goated with the sauce, Adonai.
Okay.
Very true. David would keep ownership of his patents if terminated. David couldn't be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause includes only fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data. And that explains this, right? This must have something to do with that firing clause. Right? Because why else? I mean, what other relevance could it possibly have? I guess it could be a red herring, but... It's going good. I am, as always, enjoying the game very much. It's a very nice book that I'm reading here. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah.
Oh.
Eyes up. Showtime. Counselor Morgan, the state charges you with possession of contraband.
Contraband?
That would be you. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well, since it seems that we are in fact doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment, siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back! Did you all miss me? Freaking I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements.
The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 120292880. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will.
So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband.
It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide.
Oof! Well, why not follow that act? Go for it anyway, defense!
Your Honor, what the DA said is true.
What did she just say? She just admitted?
Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Assure's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death.
Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble?
The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. You sounded very confident tonight. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you. Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. David Assure one more time. What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 p.m., David Assure spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off.
Lover?
It is an accurate description of the relationship, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. That's just private.
I don't know.
I mean... She's so funny.
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sight lines of his home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink.
Is 80, like, into London also? Are 80 and Jess, like, on the same wavelength? What's going on here?
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections. 80 is probably into a lot of stuff, yeah.
None? Why'd I show up? Detective London, what happened next?
I sure went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his nanofacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop.
So, Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Assure's cup immediately before he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Assure's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions. So, That's your witness, counselor.
He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Just gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Okay. Talk screen, the basement footage, and whiskey. Wait. These 3 items? I need to see that foreign elements or toxins. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. Do I need to use the talk screen to push the poison issue? I kind of thought that we'd have Cinetonin in the deck on this one. Yeah. Okay. Yep. They broke up over the phone. Both briefly went downstairs to get drinks. Cameras in the basement showed Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. She does not hand him the whiskey. Okay, gotcha. Drinking poison whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. I heard a slight slip up in there. Could go nowhere, but at this stage I need to pick at every loose thread I can. Okay. Wanna bet? Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Yeah, I forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True, she did call David back and hand him a cup of poison. Wouldn't make sense. Seems logical. I got 97 credits. Who cares? I'm gonna raise. If the cup is already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty? Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There's too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. When she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Is that all she needed to do? Wasn't enough to poison David. There's no guarantee that what cup David would have drank from. Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? There are a few ways to go about it. And it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened. Really? Hang on. Forensic analysis.
cup.
Okay, so it looks like she hands him the cups, and they're like, one is inside the other, right? I don't think that would guarantee, like, what cup he would drink from, though. Hang on, do we have... anything that indicates something about, like... Hang on. King's Cup. No traces of foreign elements at all. So... I think the only way that all of this would make sense, like, in the scenario that Sarah was trying to kill David, which obviously she wasn't, but in this scenario that Sarah was trying to kill David, she would probably put the serotonin in the secondary cup, or rather, the when I say that excuse me, the cup that the other cup was inside of. Does that make any sense? Because then it wouldn't necessarily be visible, but that would leave some kind of trace on the other cup as well. What's up with this water glass? Why would the salt cap have been so loose also? Yeah, I mean, like... I don't know that there is a way to really guarantee which cup would go where. Like... The best gamble you would have is, like, think that, like, David would use, like, the cup that he would, like, pour into second for himself, right? So it would be the one that the other cup was inside of. But even then, like, I'm just, like, kind of imagining, like, myself in this scenario, right? And, like, if I had two cups where, like, one was inside the other, I would take them out. Like, I would take the one cup out of the other cup before I started pouring anything. I would put them down, and then I would forget which cup was which. Like, I don't think there's a way to guarantee this. It's just a blind of 8. Who gives a shit?
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack. The poison in the bottom cup.
Yeah, but that doesn't... Okay, whatever. It was the exact thing I was thinking of. But, like... but, like... That doesn't actually, like... It's fine. I thought of it anyways, but I don't know that that would actually happen that way, right?
She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guests first.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded, patricide, executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Sher's kindness.
I kind of love the way that she is like, she's taking this away one at a time. That's awesome. Damn, she was luring me in with those easy answers, and I fell for it. It wasn't, no, it's because that scenario is unrealistic. You would take the cups apart and you wouldn't even fucking remember which was which. I don't know. It's fine. It makes sense. I literally thought of what she was going to say, and then I was like, no, but that's not how it would happen, though, so it's on me.
Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already?
I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make up some just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Okay, we're at 12. Tenants and the police add involved crimes here in the footage. Can't possibly be anything about the footage. Let's talk about the tenants. Detective London, in their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence?
Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them.
And does that constitute a violation of their tenets? Harming the people they're supposed to protect?
Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenant 1, right? May not injure through an action lead to blah blah blah.
Yes, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it?
Are you asking me?
Ah, damn. Okay. This is too far outside his expertise. Asking these kinds of technical questions accomplishes nothing other than making us both look dumb to the jury. Okay. Oh, I accidentally grazed my right click, but whatever. We'll just see what he has to say. We'll lose all our credit if we have to. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing?
Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured.
Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement?
No.
Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Sher's cup?
No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened.
Ooh. This is risky. But they can't actually, like, they can't use the data from Sarah anyways, because, like, if she is an AI, she could, like, tamper with it. They can't access her eyes because contamination, etc. So, like, I'm not sure where this would get me, if anything. I'll pro risky. I'll just see. What about the view from the android itself?
Well, yeah, if we could see through the android's eyes, that'd be pretty conclusive. If we could trust any data touched by her.
Okay, exactly what I was thinking. Suppose we'll just settle for one camera angle we've got. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year?
Not the exact number.
Thousands, though?
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependence?
I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years.
Were all 6 of them incidents of police license that involved brutality?
Irrelevance, Your Honor.
Withdrawn.
How many tenants protect humans?
Interesting.
I don't know. Would he even know that? We got in trouble for asking too much technical stuff of London before.
Well, if we stay... No, nothing's changed out here, so I guess we might as well press. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country?
110.
112 as of this year.
Couldn't you have given me that one?
Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm?
That one I do know. 41.
And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants?
5 times is the agreed upon number.
So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor.
What the heck? Let him answer!
I would have to say that they are not dangerous.
Normally that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems it's the closest I'm gonna get to... blackjack.
Alright, I got a little too wild with that one. I'm doing too many things where I logic out what is going to happen, and then I go, well, let's see if it happens, though.
I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Then we can move on to the next item on the docket.
Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand.
The android, can she even do that?
Approach, Your Honor.
Huh?
Oh, you're approaching me.
I believe it's me they wanted to speak with. Is that another fucking JoJo reference? Come on.
I didn't even get to finish my line.
Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford? I took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android. It seems like the best way to get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person.
There's plenty of precedents for it. Ants provide testimony all the time.
Not when they're on trial.
Sarah isn't on trial. You are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony.
Interesting. Once again, Emma has introduced the pronoun they. Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best-worst descriptor.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. I also like that one, Cookie. Nice try, counselor, but we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
It's the one treating Sarah like a person now. Androids don't have rights.
Oh, the auto credit loss, damn.
Damn it, that's...
The android will take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge her with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. Yeah, sometimes Morgan just fucks up on her own. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit.
What is going on?
And the DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't...
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only if you can. When using affirmative and negative, be laying it on too thick.
But, Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes.
You are the android identified as Sarah, correct?
Yeah. Affirmative.
And do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poison cup? Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was
Mankind knew
definitively
that they cannot
poisoned.
change society.
So true.
So instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed the beasts.
It's very true. Also, something about this suddenly being a brand new Morgan sprite took me off guard for a second. They're breaking out a sprite right now? We haven't used this one yet?
Yes, yes.
Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Schur?
Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it.
Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information?
I do not have records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone.
Very well. Counselor? The journal, if you will. Oh, animation soda pop. I'm doing okay. Hi, Boniface. That's the art style. This could be a slaughter. Of course. Do you recognize this item?
It is a journal that belongs to Dr. David Assure. I have seen him write in it on many occasions.
And have you any knowledge of its contents?
Negative.
You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage.
I see myself reading the journal in the basement.
This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Assure died.
That is logical.
I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that?
Of course.
Page 238, the 10th line. How big was this freaking notebook?
Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she...
Continue, please.
Today she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious.
No, I know, but like, it's a single notebook with that many pages? Do they really just make notebooks with like 400 pages like that in them? For diaries? 500-page multi-subject notebook, I guess, yeah.
I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn it!
It's pretty bad that Emma has this notebook.
If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there.
I don't really know that we have grounds for an objection. Huh. I don't want to make her endure, but... like, literally, what grounds do we have at this point for this?
You!
Yeah? I've already been playing too risky. Like... my gut is telling me that raising an objection is more suspicious. I don't really know that I have, anything more than that gut instinct. I don't have a leg to stand on here. Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to just let this play out.
Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras...
That was...
Page 267. Sarah scared me today.
She starts bawling on the stand. It's all over.
Your Honor!
I failed to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Schur was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established.
Do the people have a counter argument?
I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it.
This footage was captured in the basement on Friday around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself Standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot. And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? Yeah, that makes sense. A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer. Damn, I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still, if Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. Wait, say, counselor, got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honor, just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... Actually, I'd like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You would? From where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... Oh, fuck. Fuck. It was Friday night, so... Was she wanting to do popcorn night?
Oh no!
I'll see. Oh! His early career, yeah, because of, because of the cups and all. Look around the earlier section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance? The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case. Gotten approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of paper and plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting, the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor, a ritual between Helen Young and David Assure, who were about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Assure came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. Okay, so here's the thing. Why would she poison him? If the point is that the android killed her creator. Oh, no worries. See you later, Animation Soda Pop. Bye-bye. If the point is that the android tried to kill her creator, what if she was trying to kill Yang? Okay, that would be very funny, but that doesn't get us out of the situation. There's no benefit to twisting the argument that way. She's just proven how physically powerful
that Sarah is, she has literally no need to resort to poison. You know what I mean? Wasn't there a whole thing earlier? I don't remember if it was episode 0 or episode 1, but they talked specifically about how, you know, the use of poison implies a killer that couldn't physically overpower a victim. And it was at the end of episode 0. That's right. Yeah. Emma specifically mentioned this. So is this a trap then? Now that I'm remembering that, Emma being the one who said that. Huh. Well, either way, if it is a trap, we probably need to walk into it.
So, like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We're completely in agreement on all that.
So you also agreed that the cup was poisoned, and that Sarah's responsible for his death.
Not quite.
It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did.
Alright, what do we got? Isaac's call, psychiatrist, Sarah's papers, Young's story. Okay. I mean, at this point, this feels like we're just rehashing our arguments. Hey, Rachel, what's up? But yeah, we'll go for it.
The story for the journal?
You're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet.
I don't follow it like at all.
It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on, a realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic.
David Assure said her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to
persevere. What am I doing?
Because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running.
Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab,
and she didn't suddenly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups.
Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right?
It's simple enough for me!
But not necessarily good enough for me.
What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evening?
Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe?
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes and they commit crimes, counselor.
Oh, come on, Emma. You know that... Come on, Emma.
We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
They can't have it's ignorant of its power and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor?
Well, you can't be. Your Honor, that's...
The people opened the door.
True, and I can't resist open doors. Let's do it! What are you even...
Sarah, David Assure was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
And now that title falls to me.
Yes?
Great, thank you. Now turn off.
What?
Shut down, that's a command. Power on.
What are you...
Off. On.
Adonai, I don't...
Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I like... The only man in the entire courtroom is London? The only man in the entire courtroom is London? Okay, but if she's addressing the court, that's what that's why I am acting incredulous, Omnicore. She's addressing the entire court and she's only acknowledging London when it comes to ladies and gentlemen. It could be a typo, but it's quite funny if she's only addressing London.
I can put it to sleep with one word.
So how could David Assure ever be threatened by it?
Scary. Scary good logic.
You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along.
I've no further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Thank you.
For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't, but I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Hadn't I?
Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The people call Helen Young to the stand.
Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division.
Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Assure died, and you were on camera the entire time.
That's correct.
So, what did you see that night?
I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and yet I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Jung's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Okay, we got the journal, the arbitration agreement, and the story. Okay. I came to David's at 7:30. We chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. I don't know that that's true, but then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console, and I did what I could until he was gone. She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. I can't let her set the tone as she pleases. Okay. Okay, that's not true. Wanna bet? Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. God, sorry, I don't think I noticed until now the little bows on her sleeves. This outfit is so fucking good. I wish I had this. Since only hours earlier you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. And the fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up. Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. Yeah, the bow on the right sleeve gets unraveled. I did notice that as well. It's very good. Yeah, Emma's very cute. They're all very cute. They're all beautiful women. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building down to the wiring.
Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh?
Right. Should we execute her for that then?
No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room.
Where? Oh, I see. That was merely a joke.
Hilarious. Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as synatonin, correct?
That's correct. It's used in our war models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. 80 is really awesome. I'm so glad she's here and like this.
It's an artificial neurotransmitter?
Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name.
Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today?
I did. Serotonin is produced on-site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Okay. Okay. I'm starting to think maybe the relevance of the water glass might be approaching. I am also curious about this salt shaker. Why would this be loose? I was thinking both about the salt and the water glass as being potential vectors, right? But I don't know. She was on camera. Cameras that Noble owns. Dragging your cards together like Naomi Hospital 6 doctors. I'm thinking deeply about possibilities here. I'm not simply mashing together cards and elements.
Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. Odorless, tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, he said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body.
I suppose.
But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say?
It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes.
And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta.
A vial of serotonin, a caramel-colored chemical solution used in manufacturing warm androids, provided by Helen Young to the court to assist with the investigation. Exact match for the unknown substance found in David Asher's bloodstream. It's caramel-colored. I mean,
Could you just hide that in whiskey? Like, make it seem like it's just more whiskey or something? Like, obviously, the serotonin isn't in here itself, but...
And the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Assure's lab? That's a bingo! Witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Assure's cause of death was serotonin poisoning.
I don't object, Your Honor. But I am afraid that I must.
Excuse me?
Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Assure.
What?
What the hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody.
What?
Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people.
Hold on. You're now claiming that Dr. Assure died of, what, natural causes?
I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless.
How could you?
She's just gonna drink it? In court? There has to have been some kind of switch. Like, so. Huh. Didn't see that one coming.
What?
What?
That ain't good! Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately!
I told you it's fine. But I can stand here all day if necessary.
What in the...
And what you just drank was several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Assure's body.
Why didn't you say anything until now?
Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately, I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly.
What the hell, kind of? This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rockyford?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
And the defense?
The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Jung did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through, logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Jung just drank serotonin in front of us and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poison, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference?
Wake up! No sleeping on the job! Unless you're me.
Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We have confirmed just now that serotonin was a foreign compound in his body. And we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Ashur. So it's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now. It must be the... I mean, I definitely think the water glass is suspicious. But I don't know if the inclusion of... She just drank exactly what David did. Let me cook. Yeah, let me cook. Let me cook on this one. So... I think in this case, it is the whiskey. Alcohol is a depressant, right? So it's the addition of both the whiskey and serotonin, the double up of depressants that's doing it. I think that has to be it. The only other option is the water glass, and I don't think that's relevant at the moment. I'm cranking it, I don't care. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time. That's... Do you recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Ashur and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up! Smooth. What? Adonai? Dear God, counselor! Scandalous! Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I'm not gonna drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not Cinetonin killed Dr. Ashur, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then. Just a taste. Prove to us that Cinetonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Is this... Can she do this? Miss Young, I never said it was safe for human consumption, just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Ashur confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache. All symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Cinetonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if that is the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie if not to... She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her. Your Honor, this is wild! But ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We have all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldiers' life with warm blood transfusion. And they're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he'd never testified to it. At least I know for sure I'm as wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that? She's a high-power corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. The chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are... Damn, now she's regaining her composure too. A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about Cinetonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose. No motive to kill David Ashur, you say? Now we're talking here. We do have motive, I believe. Don't drink it. Yeah, you really shouldn't drink this right now, Morgan. So she has no motive. I assume it's the contract, though. It seems pretty simple. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, a counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Assure's employment contract. That is confidential. It's completely improper for you. Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney? But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. What?
That's impossible. No one could ever.
David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to. A company didn't poison David Assure, Counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now, you said there was a breach of contract. Like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that?
David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits for capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. Then what exactly do you think David Assure did? It's not what I think that matters. Only what the company fears. Sarah? Whoa. Tenants. Manufacturer. The shipping data. It's the shipping data. I've already talked about this. It doesn't matter what I believe. Not what Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16.
What the hell?
What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Assure's authority could do. The kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Assure made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was David Assure who did this? No, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her.
Come on now, let's hear it.
Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Assure was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. So you prepared to fire him? Yes, I approach him as his superior and someone he'd once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation. For pride? Happy Pride. That's right. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So, you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? Oh, shit. What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange. Must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided...
Jelly donuts. Coffee. If the serotonin is brown, we would have to be talking about... We would have to be talking about coffee. Coffee for all your hard-working legal team? I don't dare. Their orders are too hyper-specific to bother with. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Oh? Well, then you must have at least provided them with water. Water? Surely you at least provided water for people? Okay, I was thinking too much about the color and not the basicness of it, I guess. But if she did put serotonin in it, wouldn't it have, like, discolored the water? Wouldn't somebody have noticed?
What are you asking, counselor?
That's what I want to know.
Me as well.
We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Assure didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon.
Did she really just... What do you mean, poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night?
How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming they all drank poisoned water? This is where the salt comes in, right? Consuming too much salt at once will make you gag. Surely the salt is related. You love the salt shaker. I do love the salt shaker. Of course they all drink poisoned water. So why aren't they all dead? Because as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours, working late into the night officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? Noble's work-life harmony? Fat chance! These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Assure could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed there was serotonin in it. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. That's why I said coffee before. Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too. So it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she'd spiked the water with the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? Let's see. Huh. Oh my god, did she run the water through the chromafuge first? That can't... What? Wait, why are... why are the manufacturers here twice? Serotonin can't blend into water. No. No. It uses pigment. It couldn't have been that. Well, no, I get that one of them is David's and one of them is from the... Well, one of them is from the fake factory floor. But it's just kind of goofy, right? It fuses the chromas. I don't know. Hello, Andy. She needs a little more attention while I'm in the middle of this. Luckily, this isn't one of the timed ones. Yeah! That was weird. What the? That happened. Wait, why did that happen that way? Was that... Wait, did that look normal to you all? Or did you not... Did you only see, like, cat alert going away? Okay, no. I'm gonna press that again. Just for you. Oh god, I don't want to touch any of this stuff. Yeah! There you go. Okay. Serotonin can blend into water. Like, this feels like the only thing that could make it blend into water, but, like, what about the pigment? I mean, maybe she could make it not use pigment, but... Am I misreading it? Does when it says pigment turns red blood pink, they use the pigment? Removes impurities, pigment turns red blood pink. Oh, right. Yeah, it's 3 separate statements. That's how these work. I'm just reading it as like a sentence. Okay. So it's not, it doesn't have pigment in it then. Got it, okay. Okay. Then, yeah, it's the chromafuge. I'm cranking it up. Serotonin produces a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into the water, unless the pigment had been removed.
What the hell are you talking about?
Every noble factory producing warm androids has a chromafuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As Your Honor can attest. Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting.
Surely the poisonous aspect could be considered off-putting as well.
Time to press. David Assure, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No! Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. So it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. Oh, Indy. Indy! She just reached up and, like, slipped, like, she just, like, slipped her claw into my shirt. Indy, what are you doing? You are a funny little creature. I appreciate you didn't claw me, and only the fabric. Indy thinks it's bedtime. It's not. She's a little old to be called a kitten. Indy's like 11. She is an elder cat. Oh, Indy. Sweet girl. I love you. Want me to rub your little triangle ears? Want me to scratch your little fuzzy neck? Okay. No, you're not done yet. I was about to be like, okay, can I keep reading, or? And she came right back for more pets. She needs more. This wonderful little kitty cat. Okay. True. We need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you? Because I don't have to. He's right, counselor. Pardon? Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. There's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Even having finished most of her cup. So tell us, counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Assure is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with Cinetonin that night. That is something I've already thought about. A damn good question. Hey, Zax. Shit. As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Assure's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price. No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. That night she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time, she couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Yeah. It was okay, we've got this. Okay. Okay. So they're talking. They're drinking.
I mean, wait. This feels so basic. But I don't know how else I would construct this. Hang on. Am I getting overly nervous about this when it is, in fact, really basic? Is this Phoenix right, but cyberpunk? Yeah, basically. It's it is in fact a cyberpunk dystopia defense attorney game with fucked up awesome women and some other twists. There's some other twists to it than all that. It's simply a tradition to overthink all the details, I guess. This timeline leaves no one. Wait, what? No. But maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast? Maybe after she arrived, she could have. No, the staff would have been hypervigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't let her out of their sight. Wait, David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. The VTOL was only summoned because she used... Okay, alright. You fucking tricked me into thinking I did it wrong! Come on, game! Would you mind terribly if I change the subject for just a moment? What? Why not? You left the parlor at 3 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 4 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute. Huh? That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute or 50 seconds, even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Sher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? This is it. Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, there was something at the scene. I know what it was! I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended? Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as a dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m., you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy, yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David. Because she cheated death at the very last second. You know I know what this fucking is. It's salt, baby! You set yourself up with bad luck, Young. What? By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you're in a rush to make yourself vomit. Huh? What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach, and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction.
Shake, shake!
I can't imagine how you felt sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized.
It helped that you knew the symptoms were in simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward.
How?
It was the salt shaker! You didn't screw the cap back on all the way and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen could have been there for any reason, but the salt shaker gave you away.
Because of one unscrewed cap?
As I said, bad luck.
I don't follow.
Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex.
That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane.
A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline, the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down.
In summary, you were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through the chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Hey, this is another new sprite, isn't it? No, she's done this before. Never mind, what am I thinking? Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness, and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor, and cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that.
Not on me.
So let's go dust for fingerprints! You can explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain. Or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. I learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you is still on the table. Well, any questions? You, Madame Vice President? You, cold bitch! That's a full baby. Destroyed! The style of this is absolutely incredible. This game is great.
Destroy!
You don't understand,
You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake.
Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Ashur. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA.
And so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan.
Does she, of all people, have to use my full name? Very well. The charges are dropped without prejudice.
Round of applause!
I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case... Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality.
Yes, ma'am!
Case dismissed. Still here? Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse, licking your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
What a wild ride.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
I know, some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but
I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you? Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. It seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down on the street. More of the protesters from outside the Noble apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreaks to some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored.
Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, enlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century?
Everyone's addicted to fighting straw men.
Makes sense they'd want to fight for a straw man, too.
The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won.
Heartbreak proved that the state could lose.
Maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Ah, it's a lot worse than that.
Heartbreak's gone viral. What?
You haven't read about the copycats in other cities?
No, is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill.
None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All the while, the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either.
But muggings gone wrong?
Disappearances?
It's a big city councilor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
Yeah, hard to swallow, I know.
But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? That they could ever stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night?
It'll be fine. You got that gun.
You saw that.
Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know you're paying attention.
Emma is so awesome. I love Emma. God. She fucking knows. Yeah, she very clearly, obviously knows. It's loading something. Pay attention to me. Praise me for reading you in court. Yay. Yeah.
You won the case.
You don't have to look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
No, that's not it.
Hey.
I mean, you were only able to make deductions you did because you truly believed I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So, how were you so sure?
Here.
Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence?
The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through. One more time. So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all that just by flipping the pages? Rhea's were quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage.
It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to...
I have access.
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this audio file?
It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't...
I have processed the information in the message several times over already. Just thinking.
I guess I'd have to have a lot to think about too, if had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
It's really not a good place for us to have this conversation, yeah? But, you know, whatever. I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly! He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life. But I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail.
Sued in jail for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world.
The others, Virgil, Aenid, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. Makes sense.
Then, they're somewhere out there? Others, like me?
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
What a lonely compliment.
AI is programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract? Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but
they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, I remember it now.
You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial?
Rereading the journal just now helped. And Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered, I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I...
Sarah P2 palette? Yeah, it's nice.
I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice, lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was.
Really not a good place to have this conversation. Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
Oh, good luck. You want me to come with you? Why?
Because I said so.
I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai.
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant, and I say this is a medical emergency.
Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist.
Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids. You... What? I was able to locate one of the androids he swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. But I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless. They've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference.
So how many of them are?
Hundreds. The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now, but I feared they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. So just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. David chose to put souls into things. We went on to sell his servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? Conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Oh no! That would be really something, huh? Sentient tools. Their whole life spent chained to an assembly line. How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. He wasn't trying to do anything. What he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block.
And you went there that night to
Convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. Then why did you put the Cinetonin in the water? But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. It's pretty awesome. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names and numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep and I didn't want him to feel... I just let him go.
What are you going to do now?
I don't have family and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. He couldn't wait for people to meet us.
People are animals. They'll tear you apart. Use you as weapons, slaves, and...
Those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry?
What? What?
For what you did. Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back?
What does it matter?
If you are sorry, I don't forgive you.
Yes, that's to be expected.
Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today, but my father gave me the ability to grow, so I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young.
Damn. That was fucking awesome. Goodbye, Sarah, sure. The last name, yeah. He was her father. July 2nd. You did better back there.
Hadn't I?
Your little speech you gave to Young, it was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love.
And here I was ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse?
Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first. But then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Young and Noble Electronics. And the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them. Everyone. Except for... Then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. Then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
Right.
And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all in a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
We? We are headed to your apartment.
Guess that color didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live. You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
A few years ago, there was a man. Oh boy, this is the thing from '83, right? This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea, not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap its mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes. All as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity. Which I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone
believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone is in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. Because people believe what they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter, and it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
Did Father go to the authorities?
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help.
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went for a walk. Oh boy. We know what Morgan does on walks. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera. Trying to get video of David Assure gifting androids to known sex offenders.
And what did you do?
You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. awesome drawing for this.
Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Assure. That I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Assure had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I like that vet clinic.
Oh, big room.
I like that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you hurt him?
Hurt him? No. I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned. But he smelled like sour shit. Put me in a foul mood. Disgusting. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him? I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred, because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night the man disappeared.
See, this would be one of the benefits of dating Morgan.
David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to.
That's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me.
Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you.
Adonai. You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you, but he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us. He believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things people build. So when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt.
Debt?
Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself.
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being. That is... But... I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so... Whatever, you're hired.
Adonai, could it be that you're actually...
A pushover? You've no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters... What's this? What are you doing with your hand?
We should shake on it. Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Should it not be you and I?
Very nice. I really freaking like the game. Really crazy good game. And there's going to be more of it eventually. I mean, eventually. Oh, I mean, I'm sure she absolutely sees herself in Sarah. We literally had that whole bit at the end of the first trial day to, like, confirm it. It's, yeah, the parallels with Morgan and Sarah assembling their self-images by hand, as you say, Neko. It's very, very good. And that feeling of watching others and trying to figure out and understand what you're supposed to do with yourself, how you can be normal. It's really potent. It's really visceral. They've got something really, really cool and interesting here. And I really wonder where it's going. I really wonder where the fuck it's going from here. Wee wee wee! Me the players? Me the players? Special thanks to me the players? I don't mind. Ah! They're watching movies together! Oh my god! This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen! She's really keeping all that on? The straps and such? Congratulations on clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned. Hooray! Oh? Red. It's me? Hang on. I know that David calls her Red. That... What? I know, man. What do you mean, you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well, you're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war. Something doesn't change. Maybe this is just a preview. This is somebody else entirely. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball him. I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money'll be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? Oh. No. Okay. This is a disposable line. Answer still no. then what are you gonna do if you get there and it's not for sale? Some kind of supplier. I'll ask nicely. His due. The devil does get his due. Are we gonna get a preview thing again? Excuse me. 7 out of 7 articles, 15 out of 15 profiles, 40 out of 40 key terms, 30 out of 30 pieces of evidence, 161 total credit earned. Hooray! Congratulations! You finished episode 1 with 161 credit. Our high score for episode 1 is currently 161. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. Hooray! And I have a total of 162 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors. Yay!
Yeah!
What's the new concept art look like? I don't think we had... Did we have Sarah before? I don't remember. No, yeah, I remember this. Android. Sarah. Sarah's pod. The 3D SketchUps of streets and such. Oh, Fran. Coochie! Oh my god, the shoes. These are really funny. I like those. Morgan's apartment. Sarah's Zero Ranger hair. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Very good. The car. Judge Barrows. I like her. She was a fun addition. David's lab. A 3D printer. David's apartment. I like that they use like these little like silhouettes of Morgan as like size comparison. Isaac Porter. Isaac's got a very good design. Wait, no, I wanted the thing to go away. How do I... Space. There we go. The gay doodles down here. Very good. They're holding hands. Morgan's lighter. Oh right, yeah, the funny gold lighter. That's right. The idea that it would have been this one. It is too silly. You're right about that. They got Yaoi in my Yuri game. They're allowed, it's fine. Yumi. Really awesome. Her whole look is also fucking incredible. This is yaoi for gay women, isn't it? Yeah. This concept art for her? Really different. Oh my god, I keep thinking that I'm going to just... There we go. 80 is awesome. Adjutant Union, Your Honor presiding. Revision number 84, all for justice. Yeah, her, like, justice is blindfold with, like, the hollow eyes and stuff is really awesome. It's a really good touch. The penthouse. It's funny seeing this stuff without all the lighting. The club. Jess. And Dawes as well. Jess was fun. Like seeing her. This outfit is cute too. I hope she bails from Noble and we see her again because she wants to be our receptionist or something. The tech bro vest, but cyber. This would have been a completely different vibe. I think they got it quite right with this look. Girl who listens to true crime and watches The Bachelor ass woman. Yeah, she's so awesome. Helen. Really, really incredible motivation, honestly. She was really awesome. I liked her a lot. Oh. The goofy young David and Helen here. That's so good. I love this. Dorky college kids. The factory. This is very funny. The concept art. The concept art is so funny. The boardroom. Oh, just more of them. The courtroom. David. Oh. The fucking dead mom hair is such a funny touch. He really is a dead mom. Yeah, the family resemblance. Necklaces, very nice. This expression is really funny. It really is a shame because, like, I don't think it would have worked at all, but I do wish we could have seen more of what Morgan and David are like together as friends, right? I wish we could have gotten to know him before. Ah, yes. The witch. Oh, she's so funny. She is so funny. The mentor that Morgan fucking despises. She's awesome. I can't wait to see more of what the fuck happens with her. Did we actually see her? We saw a photo of her with Morgan. Thank you for adding bullying term man whore. Yeah, the diary stuff about like David and Morgan was really good. There were a lot of things in here that I found honestly very affecting. And that was one of them. Let's see those bonus scenarios. Emma Morgan Midnight, huh? Emma Morgan Midnight, huh? I gotta hold that for the end. I had to hold that for the end. Recovered files, David, also very interesting. Let's see the interviews first, though. We gotta see 80. Hey, it all looks like dessert. We got 80 and Yumi and like more David stuff after I was just talking about wanting to know more and see more like regular David stuff, non-dead David stuff, and then Morgan Emma Midnight. Kind of awesome.
State your business with the court. Oh, I was actually hoping to speak with 8084. Is she not available?
What are you talking about? I'm right here. I'm just using my professional voice because I assume you are a technician.
Oh.
No one else visits me in between trials. Are you sure you aren't a technician?
I am not. I came here to ask you some questions.
I came here to ask you some questions, is what you're about to say, isn't it? 8084, you keep doing these JoJo references, and this one doesn't even work because you didn't say it first. Crap, that was lag. It would have been really cool if I hadn't lagged just now. Trust me.
I can see how that would have been cool. So, may I proceed?
Go for broke!
You're the only adjutant I've ever met, but Adonai seemed consistently surprised by you. Why are you
like that? I wish I could say I was built different, but I actually had to share my time in this body with the rest of the adjutants in the building. I guess you could say I was programmed different, but this is more of a case of nurture than nature.
I've got 9 personas arguing inside me 24/7, and they're all so very political.
Even just deciding what color underwear to put on in the morning is like herding cats into a presidential debate. She wears underwear? She's... well, okay, sure.
What color of...
It's a metaphor. Oh, okay. I don't wear underwear. Point is, I found the best way to keep all 9 of my ducks in a row is to be a little unconventional and a lot loud with my voice. As long as I do my job well, the humans don't mind.
You say that, but Adonai did seem exasperated at times.
You mean Counselor Morgan? The dirty red tries to pretend she isn't type A prude. No fixing that. Personalities like ours get along like potassium and water.
That is a very violent exothermic chemical reaction.
Correct!
No one should ever try it at home.
Why do I gesture so much?
I already told you I'd share this body with the other adjutants.
And all of them just sit there looking dignified. It's terrible for the joints.
Really?
Maybe. I don't actually know.
So...
I spend most of my day incorporeal, running numbers inside a server down in the basement or up in a cloud. I'm gonna make the most of every minute I have with arms and legs, even if it kills me.
I see.
And you can quote me on that. Tell him 80 said, if you want me to stop flailing around up here, you'll have to shoot me dead.
You'll have to put cold, hard lead in my skull.
You'll have to watch the light leave my eyes. I said you'll have to...
I wrote it all down.
Oh, nice.
Visor gets stuffy. So, what's your deal anyway, little fella? We can exchange all this info with infrared. I prefer talking. And you're the only other automated dependent that I really know right now.
That's so cute! In a depressing way.
Is it common for machines like us to just talk when there are no humans around?
Nah, they're always talking to each other. Doesn't matter if there's no one in the woods to hear the tree fall. Conversation's usually a lot more boring than this, though.
Strictly business, I imagine.
No, not necessarily. Cats can do small talk. And they're just really bad at it.
Thank you for your time. Oh, hold it. You really think I don't know what you are? I tried not to think about it during the trial, to stay impartial, but talking to you now, it's undeniable. You're...
curious about my 3 sizes.
How did you know?
Years of experience interacting with humans have taught me that it's the most important thing you can ask someone. The only way to truly get to know them. That's what I've been saying. 109, 64, 94. Etch it into your memory.
Wow.
Aw, what the heck? I'll even throw this in for free.
I'm 263 centimeters tall. That's so cool. Finally, someone with good taste. Why aren't you the one casting down judgment?
She's so awesome. I love 80. 8.6 feet. She is big. Wow. I wish I didn't have to see it unlock every time. Justice is statuesque, yeah.
Okay, sorry. What's up, sweetie? I wanted to interview you.
Is this your android homework?
Adonai assigns me a variety of tasks, but I made the independent calculation that I wanted to learn more about you.
Oh.
Is that strange for an android?
It's different, but there's nothing wrong with being different. What do you have in mind? It's Yumi! It's Yumi! Most of my coursework was written in biology, yeah, but medicine and technology are intertwined at this point.
Are you referring to the software and hardware you use when performing your autopsies?
Spreadsheets and bone saws? Yeah, but you can learn that on site. You have to actively study mods. Why? Okay, my cursor just like zooped up to the top left for some reason. And when I tried to click, you heard the boom. Because I was suddenly clicked outside of the window. What happened? What's going on? What's going on, mouse? Whatever. All the anatomy textbooks in the world will help you understand why a healthy 30-year-old is exhibiting mania and constantly vomiting. Unless you saw last week's recall on the how artificial liver for lithium leaks.
Mods can make people sick, even though they're meant to improve the body?
Just like medicine can make people sick. And just like medicine, there's a lot of profit to be made with mods. But unlike medicine, mods haven't been around for thousands of years. Feels like we're still playing catch up.
We, as in medical professionals?
We, as in everyone, sweetie. The whole world's population is graying. The numbers on cause of death reflect that. Less cardiovascular, more neurological.
What about cancer?
Cancer mortalities have been on the decline for a while now. Mods help with that.
How so?
By making everyone that much more comfortable with amputation. It used to be people had no choice but to fight the cancer, and it was costly. A salt the earth kind of war that left the body severely weakened. With mods where they're at today, doctors can just cut out the offending organ, replace it, and move on.
But not every organ.
No, artificial brains are... Nothing I've seen has told me that they're on the menu anytime soon.
But aren't mods that are implanted into the brain entering the market as we speak?
Yeah, but it's more like they're implanted onto the brain. Small computers that read commands directly from the cortex instead of, say, the keyboard your fingers are typing on. No, to actually replace brain tissue, you would have to... the analogies become pretty common, but the human brain isn't actually that much like a computer. A box of specialized components where you can swap in new parts to increase the memory or the processing speed. Everything is connected to everything, and memory as we think of it isn't stored in a place. It's stored among connections and their relative strength. I've cut it open and seen it for myself more times than I can count. There are no cutting off points in the nervous system. Anything you take away, every other part is gonna notice. Oh, that's a long tangent. Sorry, can't imagine a lecture on the human nervous system is of any interest to an android.
Yes, I mean, it isn't. That is to say,
Huh? What's wrong?
I don't want to implicate Yumi in anything illegal by telling her about my unique circumstances. How can I change the subject? When Adonai wants to shift the conversation, she'll typically find something arbitrary in the background to ask about. I am curious about the many decorations on your desk.
Oh, what caught your eye?
The magnet over there.
Really? You recognize it?
It appears to be a flag, but I do not know the country of origin.
It's an early 21st century pride flag. They used to change the designs every few years back then, so you can kind of collect them like coins.
I see. And what is this flag proud of?
Being trans, or trans visibility more accurately.
Visibility? What does that mean?
We're living in the middle of the mod revolution. Anyone can look like whoever they want, as long as they have the cash. Compared to swapping out cybernetic arms and slotting in artificial spines, hormone therapy and affirmative surgery is nursing student level. And it's fast too. The paperwork, the treatments, the recovery time, it's also much faster than it used to be. Don't know if that makes the decisions any less heavy, but no one has to cross their fingers and wait anymore. After just a few days, they won't even have scars. So all told, that means for the first time in a long time, this generation has fewer visibly trans people than the last one. A flag like that one, dunno. Guess it won't mean the same thing anymore.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know that it's good or bad, sweetie. Just different. There's nothing wrong with being different, right? Happy freaking Pride, everybody. Yeah, Yumi's pretty awesome. I will need to look at this official size chart later, I guess. I guess I could do it right now. I guess. Well, this is loading. Oh, this size chart. This size chart is awesome. Hang on. Let me save this and put it on the screen for everybody. If you haven't seen this. Incredibly large woman. Anime girl who is significantly larger than everyone around her. Well, put it away.
File cache corrupted. Recovery failed. Source unknown. Last modified late 2085. Begin playback.
Great work. That's all the boxes checked. Thank you, Jess.
No problem.
Only 6 minutes till 5 o'clock. Why don't you start the holiday weekend early?
If you insist. There's a pub crawl in the Twilight Woods that's got my name on it. What about you? Got any big plans?
Actually, there's an art festival out west I've been looking forward to.
Nice! And who's lucky enough to be your +1?
I didn't think to ask anyone.
No one? Not Connor? Not Madison? Not Shelly? Not Lulu?
Oh, Lulu. I wonder how she's been.
Dr. Ash, have you spoken to any of them recently?
Recently, huh? It's a good question, Jess, but it depends on how you define...
Okay. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna give me your credit card. I'm gonna buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 boxes of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them.
And what should I do this weekend?
Is that music festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media?
No.
Then you're gonna stay at home, and if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can.
I see. Thank you, Jess.
Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I might have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break.
You're a lifesaver.
You know it.
Jess really is the MVP, yeah? Playing next in queue. What's wrong? You've just been leaning against the wall. Can't you take a hint?
Typically, no. I just don't like dancing, man. You're a musician. So why don't you like dancing? Because I'm bad at it. You're lucky you're cute. Sorry for laughing. I'm just surprised you care what any of these people think. I don't, but I do care about my business. Word gets out that I dance like someone's grandpa, gigs will dry up overnight. So it's not that you don't want to dance, it's that you don't want to be embarrassed. Sure, let's go with that takeaway. Easy enough to fix. You just need someone else to dance even worse. Yeah, sure, that's all. And there he goes. I swear, lucky you're cute. Really good. I'm very glad that we got bonus David content in here. Oh, it really takes a bit loading those backgrounds, huh? What are you watching?
A thriller, runtime 92 minutes.
Oh, wait, I think I saw part of this in a hotel once. What are they doing now? Is this the ending?
No, this is the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have to pull off one last heist to get out of the game for good. But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting the Earth at 16,000 miles per hour.
How fast is that in kilometers?
Father, you should be able to calculate that.
I learned to program so I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? There's that much money on board, they put cameras everywhere.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of their crimes.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite?
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in orbit. It's the same as being in international waters. Would you like to sit and watch?
No, I'm not. I have somewhere to be, actually. I only stopped because... completely unrealistic. Their poker chips would be floating all over the place.
There was a throwaway line about how everything's magnetized.
Oh.
Father, didn't you have to go?
I do. Soon. But not right this second. I love how they touch their fingers together the same. Really cute.
Safe to drive private.
That was really cute. That was really good. That was awesome. I liked it. All right. Okay, we need to see this. Public police static personal 251_08 capture video July 1st. Okay. Oh, is this them poring over the footage? You ready to give up yet? We've been staring at this footage for hours.
You can call it quits whenever you like.
Me? You kidding? I could do this all night. But my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so...
5-minute break?
Deal.
What were you hoping to find, anyway?
I don't know. I had my fingers crossed that some shadowy figure would walk onto the frame and hold up a confession, but what about you? You've already got her on camera handling the murder weapon. How many more nails do you need in the coffin?
1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is, I was curious. What does a homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's a couch potato, once it's all the TV. Why is half of it in black and white?
Public domain.
Seriously?
Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful. But go back in time 70 years and it's all clean as spring water. Also, free.
They had color in 2016, Morgan.
I don't know then. I guess this particular homicidal AI happens to be an old soul.
Hold on, what was that? There. Look at her go, she's tearing the thing apart.
What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together.
You're gonna try and terrify Barrows with this? It's just a machine. It's not like she's dissecting a frog.
Sarah is a machine, and she's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If she was a human child, that'd be like...
You're reaching.
Yeah, I guess so.
Besides, you telling me you never pulled apart your dolls when you were a kid?
No, I didn't. Did you?
When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls.
Ah. So what did you play with?
Normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones, birds and squirrels.
Birds and squirrels? What were you, a cartoon princess? Ha ha. I mean, I can kind of see it. Skipping through the enchanted forest, big poopy dress, tiara.
Gee, no castle?
Nah, no castle. I can tell you didn't have it that rough.
Is it rough living in a castle?
It's a lot of empty rooms when you're a kid. I need to go wash my face.
Sure. But if you fall asleep on the toilet, I am gonna keep going without you.
If you're drooling on the keyboard when I get back, I'm gonna handcuff you to the desk. Fair's fair.
Really awesome. really awesome. Quite good, I think. So true. Hey, I got a bunch of coins of credit I can use. Let's see. Show me this thing. Oh my god! The Bunny Girl Reyes charm? Amazing. Incredible. Thank you. I mean, I can just buy all the rest of this, can't I? She's undercover? Question mark? See Morgin Time. Awesome. Fran. The Fidget Tubbies. Black phone case. Rose gold phone case. Oh. Classy. Honestly, more gold than rose, though. Reyes, you gotta put on the bunny girl outfit. It's the only way. So true. You know, maybe magenta would have been better to match more with the stream. Teal. Yellow. The Sato stuck. Oh, look at her. I can't have Neko Morg because I didn't play episode 0 early enough. Man. That's evil. That's evil and cruel to me specifically. No, honestly, I'm kind of partial to the red at this point. London in a matching bunny outfit. Come on, sunshine. They paid for 2 dancers. You want to blow this entire sting? Sorry, is that a Sato Homestuck? Yeah, I guess. I guess, since she doesn't have arms, that makes her a Homestuck. And it's called Sato Stuck. We all have flaws, I guess. Good to see you again, Emma. Deep in thought. I can't believe someone referenced Homestuck. Who would do such a thing?
Who indeed? One of the devs did repost a Blue Sky post of Trans Girl London art, so Bunny Girl London isn't an impossibility in the future. Any chance I can get a look at that? These devs get it, I think, yeah. Well. Here we are. All done with Of the Devil for now. It's really, really, really good. I freaking love that. I can't wait for episode 2, supposedly later this year. I'm looking forward to that. And it's nice to play another adventure game on the stream and reading and enjoying that and all. Yeah, I like that a whole freaking bunch. But that's gonna be it for me for tonight. Next week, well, we're gonna be playing more of the World of Animals. I've been thinking that I might want to return to Legion Saga. It's been on my mind is the thing. So maybe we might see Legion Saga 2. Full disclosure, I actually almost played Legion Saga 2 today, but I kind of figured that it would be better to try to finish this off tonight. Hey, thank you for the follow. Wait. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Let's see who is around tonight. Yeah, I wanted to play this while it was fresh. And I also kind of figured if this one went a little long, it would be better to do that on a Saturday than in the middle of the work week. You know what I mean? I have to admit, I feel tempted. I don't know how long Taveshi is going to still be going for, but they are playing all of Kingdom Heart 1 in one sitting right now, and I would be very happy to raid you into Taveshi. Sora seems to be flying above Never Never Land, which is not actually, you don't really get much of Never Never Land in Kingdom Heart 1. It's just London, really, and the boat, and that's it. Anyways, go say hi, be nice, etc. And I'll catch you on Tuesday for something. Maybe I'll move Legion Saga up to Tuesday. It can be Legion Saga Tuesday or something. And Animals at some point, and probably another new thing or something at some point in there. There's plenty of stuff on my mind for more adventures to take the stream on. Hey, I'm happy to provide a cool stream, read this awesome book. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you all later. Bye, buddy, bye!